Okay, so public apologies to all of my viewers, especially the VOD viewers, for sucking horribly and being terrible at everything. I was just tired. I couldn't concentrate, so I just laid down. Let's see if we can do slightly less terribly. I'm almost positive I missed out on at least one E-tank I should have had by now, but whatever, we'll make it work, We're already doing terribly. That's good. That's good to know. Good to know. Keep doing terribly. Very important. Very important. I wish you'd stop dropping missiles when I am full on missiles. That really is frustrating. Really, really frustrating. Please stop doing that. Thanks. Appreciate you. Hugs and kisses from Samus. Yes, screw you. So we don't know if this is a crate or the crate. I actually mentioned that earlier. There's actually a fan theory going around that they went and covered him, if it's the crate, from Zebes during the events of Super. Problem is, that doesn't line up timeline-wise. Because during the events of Super, well, spoilers, but the Malkin were all dead. So there's nobody to go, you know, get it, right? So that doesn't line up. I'm gonna try this time, just for hell of it. I'll be a little more cautious than usual. No reason. Usually being cautious gets me killed, so this is probably the right decision. Gotta get the infestation checked out, Cray. That's not cool. Damn it. Aim up! I've also been having a really hard time with diagonals, and I'm not sure why. I was having that trouble earlier, too. It's just more of a problem here. Yeah, like, I could not figure out right there. I would not aim at a diagonal. So I died. That's really strange. And yeah, the ME encounters, I had issues with that too. It's on a Switch hardware. There's no emulation issue here. That's a good question, Blade Javal. Unfortunately, well, we have at least a little bit of information about Ridley. We have almost none about Gray. So your guess is quite literally as good as mine. Giving me missiles, you asshole. also really want you to get those melee counters. And I didn't even notice they were there until last attempt. Related. Stop giving me missiles. God damn it, stop giving me missiles! Jesus! God, I don't want missiles! Stop giving me missiles! Ah! Yeah, I know about the 2 sequence breaks, by the way. There's actually 2 for this boss. I don't know how to do either of them, obviously. On missiles. Can I have something else, please? The problem is the dynamic drops thing is doing exactly what it's supposed to be doing, which is refilling my missile supply, which I'm going through like candy, admittedly, but I just don't care. Got 50 missiles. I'm good. God, these stupid bouncing things more than anything else. Free. Goodbye. Very minor point. This little thing right here goes away at a certain plot point later in the game. I just want to point that out because that's really smart if you think about it. Anyways, A. Williams, sorry, to be honest, for various YouTube sucks related reasons, in order to ensure that none of the old content is searchable, all of the old content has been archived, which means you can find it on the website, but essentially nowhere else. Does that make sense? Diffusion beam. Nevertheless, Bragan can help you with an invite if she is so inclined. Which she is not, of course, because she hates me. Unsearchable is the best word for it. Everything is unlisted, which means if you already have the links, you can watch them forever. But if you lose the links, the only way to find it again is to find it on the website. And that is very much by design. Now, I do like that fight that we just did. I'm actually awake for it. I think diffusion is just a poor man's wave beam, honestly. Thank you, Bragwin. Loading. Yeah, it's to get stuff that's in walls. Like I said, it's fusion or it's wave. This is a physical copy. I'm curious if it affects performance. Oh no. Well, I could make that jump, but now I'm low on health, so I'm not going to try.
Uploading data.
This area, Gyrin, appears to be a biological research laboratory. You have already reactivated one generator in this area. There is another sector above you still suffering from the blackout. Find the next generator and reactivate it. You are slowly recovering your abilities. I have still not established what happened to you physically. Don't let your guard down. Your primary objective is to survive. Proceed with the utmost care.
Well, I guess. Can I get a heal then? Is that a thing that's on the table? Hey, Evo. If you can hear me at all. Yeah, this is just my normal everyday life, going around trying to get rid of pests. Alright, Evo. Well, I was gonna say left or right, but apparently that's a non-choice. We'll go right first. Ignore the thing trying to break in the wall in the background. Everything's fine. Well, she set everything to auto, and then went to war with somebody. And then all her units and troops just immediately were like, alright, let's go! Oh my god, Federation Builder. This is your second warning. I figured the first warning would be sufficient enough. So this is now a 10-minute ban. Die. I really am. I am actually going to die to that. Yeah, Twitch notifications are Twitch notifications. There's a reason I set up an entire bot on my Discord, whose only purpose is to tell you that I am live. And that's set up so that it also deletes the post the moment that the stream is done. That is the running rumor, Ross. I have no idea how to do that, Talia. What's funny is that very same channel is set up to do, whatcha-figs. It is an announcement channel. It isn't working. Okay. Playing back through a 70-hour game that gives me a headache and sucks, Gavator? No, thank you. I'd rather chew on rusty gravel. Sorry for sounding harsh, but screw that game and everything about it. Now, in the interest of fairness, if we got the PC version, we could actually mod out the headache-inducingness. At least most of it. So it wouldn't be as bad. But, yeah, that's not fun. It's also a very long game, and I'm not particularly enthused about the idea of replaying what is effectively a 70-hour game. So would I rather replay Octopath or Starfield to conclusion? Octopath. Most games are going to lose to Starfield. Let's just be honest about that. Starfield is Starfield, you know? Yeah, Octopath is very long, very padded, and headache-inducing. I also don't consider it to be a particularly good game, personally. Starfield or taxes? Taxes. I have heard that 2 is better. I will admit I haven't touched on Octopath Traveler 2. But, having said that, I have heard from many, many people that it is a colossal improvement of the original. Not that that's hard to do, but, you know, credit where credit is due. Nice place, by the way. Is Octopath 2 on the PC? This is important because Aiden Chronicles is also on the PC, and it's the only version I'll be playing when we get there, because they somehow made Octoblur even worse than Octoblur, at least in the opening cutscene. Lies of P? I don't even think it's on the list, A. Williams, so I'm not sure. And you know me, I don't really play games if they're not on the list. Or in other words, I don't play games if it's not for the show. Might be a better way to phrase that. Exactly, Gavator. I'm gonna have to do a little I&I editing, but at least I can turn the damn crap off. I shared a link in the Discord about what Aiden Chronicles looks like in the opening cutscene. It's insane. The level of blur they use is so bonkers there. Like, I'm a little bit blown away. Damaging this guy. Holy crap. I don't know, Prisoners. I don't know. Playing with friends is different. That's co-op stuff. And obviously something like Octopath isn't exactly a co-op game. Hey, Materia Keeper. Doing a little bit better now that I had a nap. Here's the stuff that they're experimenting on. It has now escaped, because of course it has. As if there's any other possibility to happen in a laboratory. I'm pretty sure the only reason people ever make research laboratories is for stuff to escape. That's the primary goal. can tell I'm terrible because I'm not used to actually using the counter at all. No, it's not doing anything. That's a good question, Craziners. Truth be told, I'm not sure yet. I have not successfully done so. I also haven't really tried that extensively, but I assume you can, because, you know, why not? Hey! The bomb! No, you're right, I'm not, Ross. And I think it's because this game, Turbo, sucks. I think this is the worst game. I think Hitler himself, who was, of course, you know, back from the dead, ever since he was raised up by Charles Manson, looked at this game and said, this is the game that I shall make. It shall be good. I would say the biggest issue so far is my own screw-ups. I have been too tired and too not pay attention-y enough in order to really talk about the game as extensively as I'd like. I will say, though, going through this is kind of weird because it's more combat focused than I thought, or than I remembered, I guess I should say. Which is funny, because Samus Returns was pretty much the exact same way. And this is very strange, going straight from, you know, Samus Returns into this. Aww. Poor experimented creature that's been long dead and will never be an issue. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, it's very dead. Anyways. But yeah, no, it's a lot more combat focused, and I think that is part of the major distinction between this and Super Metroid. Super Metroid certainly has a combat element, but it's very, very, very exploration and level focused, right? The level design isn't exactly gone in this game. In fact, there's actually really good level design. It's even very, very creative level design. Think about a game like Super. I don't even have an analogy. A game like Super is like a slowly expanding area that you can access more and more and more and more and more. I was pointing out during Super, there's a point in the game that's technically like halfway through the game. It's right before you enter Meridia, where you can access the overwhelming majority of the game, and it really focuses on that kind of pay attention, find what you can do, find where you can go, and it encourages that. And a lot of the platforming is designed around the exploration and the platforming. This game feels more like a tree trunk. There's branches, right? So you're always going up the tree trunk, and occasionally you could diverge, but you're always going to get back to the trunk, and you're always going to get back to the trunk, and so on and so on, until the actual freedom point, which is extremely late in the game. The point at which you can go 100% everything. So you're just do as you're going up. Now that's fine. I'm not digging that. I'm just saying that the distinction is interesting, going immediately from Super to this. In fact, I said this last time, and I will say this again this time, the game is interestingly linear, considering the fact that it doesn't look like it is. But it is. Like, you could tell that what they did was they designed, essentially, an extended corridor of level design, and then they would take a chunk of that and rip it out, and place it in another zone. And then they would take this chunk and they'd put it here. And then they'd take this chunk and they'd put it here. So if you were to lay out all of the sequence you go through, it really is this extended corridor with the occasional branches. But because you're moving between the zones as you're doing through, so thanks to the teleports and thanks to the elevators, it feels substantially less linear than it is, which is funny because one of the most common complaints I hear about this game is that it's too linear. But it is an interesting technique. And it absolutely deserves credit where credit is due. Down. I do like how a lot of things are sped up. This game actually respects your time quite a bit, in a way that, frankly, very few of the other Metroids do. I'd say this is up there with Zero Mission and well, Super, in terms of respecting your time. Not even Prime gets to that extent. Okay. And I love Prem 1. Like, a lot. That's actually good. Of course, that is a much better comparison as comparing this to Fusion. But, right, there's this thing called countering. I don't know if you've heard of it. I haven't. But yeah, it's so obvious that this is such an evolution and logical continuation of Fusion. I've actually thought about that a few times, and as weird as it may sound, I'm okay with the shift, as long as the gameplay is good. That's what really matters to me most, right? As long as the result is good. And Fusion was good up until a certain point. That was the catch there. Oh my god, it's Malachor. Palpatine sucks. Okay, we're cool. Almost none Blue Fusion Gold. Almost none whatsoever. What did Paper Mario say to the rock? I win. Oh, that's gorgeous. Oh, that's so gorgeous. I'm pretty sure I gushed about this last time. I'm pretty sure this is a zone that I really enjoyed visually last time. In fact, yeah, there's a specific... I'll point it out. I'll point it out when we get there, because I remember it. I can make it! I can make it! Yeah! Okay, anyways, yeah, no, there's... I actually like several water zones. I even liked Meridia for what it was. But this... Whew. Yeah, did you notice the creature in the background that was just like, oh my god, there's a person there? Also, probably my favorite... No. Second favorite song from Dread right here. I'm gonna shut up so you can hear it. In fact, just real briefly, let's screw up everything. Get rid of that, get rid of that. It is okay, Federation Builder. I figured the first warning would be sufficient. Now that we're divorced from context, I think he was intercepting the entire time. But that's just me. Or intercepting is wrong. Faking.
Uploading data.
The lower levels of Pirenia are mostly submerged. You will need your gravity suit to operate there at full efficiency. Abilities such as the grapple beam or space jump will help you maneuver underwater to an extent. Find them as soon as possible.
Jesus Christ, Pillage of Snow. Well wishes and hope. Okay. Yeah, we're dead. Or, conversely, we're alive. There's a later color scheme I prefer over this in this very game. But I still think this is a really sharp looking suit. You know, Adam never left us. He said as we were going down the tunnel, that we were going to have to find a local spot to interface with him, and we did, and so there we are. Whatever the hell the problem is, I hope they fix it soon. Well, this is one of the more visually impressive zones. So we're in full screen mode just for a little bit so you can see it. No, Evo. I know you missed Fusion, but this is the same Atom as from Fusion. And they're probably thinking, what's the difference? Well, the Atom from Fusion is an AI that's essentially a fork of the original Atom. I don't know why I said essentially. It is a fork of the original Atom. There's no essentially here. Yeah, Adam's dead, but he had his brain, prior to his death, it's worth noting, uploaded to an AI, and that AI is the one that operates as our handler. It was our handler back in Fusion, and it's our handler here. Not that I'm sure Sakamoto gave a flying crap about the Prime series, but speaking personally, I would imagine the events of the Prime series reinforced for the Federation the need to have someone who's actually on hand in order to collaborate with Samus, especially after Prime 3. Because Prime 3, we'll get there when we get there, but yeah. What was this one? I remember this stupid one. Yeah. Okay. This is like a really easy one, isn't it? Yeah, I remember getting stuck here for a while and being like, how do I get this? And someone's in chat's like, why don't you do the really easy and obvious thing? And I was like, well, that's too easy and obvious. Clearly. I highly recommend this game. It's not flawless, but it is a very good Metroid game. It is, in my personal opinion, the only game that has a chance at beating Super in terms of raw score. And yeah, Twitch has been twitchy lately. And I just need to take over Twitch at this point. I really do. I just need to be like, alright, look, guys, you're dumb, and you're stupid, and you're idiots, and I hate you. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen, too. I think I can try that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I could totally make that happen. Yeah, nobody's gonna, like, if it's like, oh, man, Twitch is being very Justin today. No, that doesn't make sense. Right? Yeah, okay, all right. We're gonna stop trying. Could really use an E-Tank, which is why I was gonna go for that, but whatever. I haven't got an E-Tank in a while. God. Yes, the Overlord will fix Twitch, and probably YouTube. Honestly, both of them suck. I don't know if I could bomb jump it. There's a lot of sequence breaking that not only you can do, because it's a Metroid game, but that was planned for in this game. More so than most Metroids. Oh yeah, you want to see a huge, really cool detail? Hang on, let me see if I can do this right. Not that, not that. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it. Look, it's not my fault I don't know how to sequence break. I showed it off in Super because I knew how to do it. Technically is my fault, so never mind. Ignore me. Anyways, the tiny little detail I was going to say is that Samus, who is properly tall again, if her body is underwater but her head is not, it doesn't trigger the underwater thing. They put the trigger for the underwater audio at her head. An extremely small and unnecessary touch that I'm deeply amused by. Yes, Silex, I believe, is his name. Name is bird. I mean, it makes sense. As a programmer, you have to design the trigger point for underwater noises anyways. Why not do it at the head? It's ironically not really a lot of extra work. But it is a nice attention to detail. I appreciate those. Okay, that's what I thought. Just double checking something. Considering they've been hinting that they're going to rename Prime 4 to something else, it would not surprise me if we have functionally seen the end of the Primes. Oh, hang on. Okay, so underwater. I'm trying to hang here. There you go. You can hear how it's above water now because our head's above water. Well, they've been hinting they're going to change the name to Prime 4. They haven't actually done it yet. So. Caveats. Yes, Evo. You play as a robot controlled by Samus. I know what you mean. The only time we play someone other than Samus is over in Federation Force. A game that sucks. Although that's unrelated to the fact that we don't play as Metroid, wow, as Samus. But I bet you money someone somewhere got the wrong message from that. No, Prime 4 is all but done. I almost guarantee it. I look forward to being wrong about that, because that's probably what's going to happen. Damn it, TSB. It's fine, Crazy Norse. It's a giant warlike looking Chozo. Those are always friendly. I knew it, TSB. I always knew you'd enter the trade market. So that's going towards Turbo Kid, Shadow Hearts, Covenant, and Dead Rising 1. Done! Always appreciate you, TSB. Thank you. That's a good question. Should we move on from Samus after Dread? I mean, there's a near infinite amount of characters we could go from, but honestly, I'm going to go with a really firm no here. While a lot of the antagonists thus far have pretty thoroughly been dealt with. Like, the space pirates are dead and gone, and, you know, the spoilers are also going to be dead and gone. I think that there's a lot of stuff we could do still with Samus that we haven't yet. So, I'm going to go with no. I'm all for changing the main character of a game. Really. I'm the person who thinks we should stop playing as Geralt in The Witchers, but the reason I have that opinion is we very thoroughly finished Geralt's story in Witcher 3. He's done. Completely. Samus just hit Chapter 2. You know what I mean? I know that sounds weird for a game that's like 35 years in development, but it's true. And having said that, if we want to start introducing the next character who's going to replace Samus now, start getting them some establishment before we leave Samus, that would make a lot more sense. That is the kind of thing I would probably be completely in favor of. No, the water levels, no! My precious missile upgrade. Ah, well. Who needs upgrades anyways? Well, the thing is, we don't know her current arc because she hasn't had a chance to have it yet. That's sort of the point. Oh god, the Sonic music. The Sonic drowning music. Much water is in this place. Jesus, people! Take care of your leaks. I would actually be okay to have Anthony come back and be written properly. I'm probably in the minority on that, but I would be okay with that. Brundus is dead. Let him stay dead. Really? There we go. Weird. I'm trying to think what other characters we've established other than Adam. Adam 2, to be more clear. Who we could do anything with. And yeah, I know everyone's going to say Silux, but I've got to be honest, I barely remember who Silux even is. Now, I know that's my fault, but, like, I can't really give an opinion on a character I don't know or remember. Hi, Russ. Not to be confused with Ross, because we have both. A new threat? Well, the easiest and most obvious threat is the Federation. More specifically, General Evil from Other M. Look, you introduce the character, do something with him. Make him a good character, and actually make him worth a damn. I know that corrupt military official is not exactly a new archetype, but nothing is, so who cares? All I care about is if you do something good with it. You're both donating to Shadowheart's Covenant? Okay. I'll put that towards Shadowheart's Covenant, Road Warden, and Goodbye Volcano High. Thank you both very, very much. Always. Yeah, the downside... the downside is that in order to... do anything with the Federation, it would involve something that the Metroid series, for as much as I love it, has never really done. World building. They would need to sit down and figure out what the Federation is and how it operates, in order to figure out, like you can't have a corrupt you can't have a corrupt faction without the organization for that faction to be a part of. Otherwise, you get Other M, to be blunt. Yeah, they did some in Prime 3. I ate that up in Prime 3, honestly. I was just like, oh my, it was like water in a desert. It's like, oh my god, world building. Like an actual honest-to-God Federation ship and, like, military structure. And other mercenaries who all have their own little superpower thing, which, by the way, is another thing they can lean into. No, you don't get to live. It's down, right? Yep. I guess I can always hit this. I keep forgetting I even have that button. Yeah, this is one of the most visually impressive zones, so I kind of wanted to show it off. That's it. That's the reason. Go away. You don't deserve to be alive. Discontinue existing. I absolutely think we should let the mother brain lie. Like, forever. She's dead. Let it be. Oh yeah, we gotta have full screen for this. This is necessary. That is a terrible joke. Huh, there's a heart piece on the ledge on the other side of that chasm. Do you think I can reach that? I don't know, that seems like a long shot. What's the difference between Kirby and Link? Well, Link goes around castles and encounters guard, but he's never met a knight. I should mention, I actually made that one up. I saw a joke that was similar to it and very badly constructed, and as soon as I saw the connection between Link and Kirby, the Meta Knight joke just popped into my head, fully formed. So, I apologize for adding to the uncle joke lexicon. Oh, come on. Oh, god damn it, no! Okay. Oh, that's bullcrap! Such frickin' bullcrap. Damn it. Dead ends. Oh yeah, hang on. So we have to bring out a classic boss because that's ordered by law by Nintendo. So we can bring back Dragon or Fantoon. Although I guess we've already done Fantoon, haven't we? Okay, sure. So we could do, Crocomire. I gotta be real, I've always actually thought that Crocomire is just another variant of Kraid. Especially if we presume that Kraid is, you know, a species, which is probably the most logical thing. But yeah, honestly, I kind of like Dragon. But no, I know the actual answer. Nightmare. We never really even established what Nightmare was. Just, you know, hey, it's a bio thing, and that's about the extent of it. And we know that Nightmare was actually built by the Federation. So the connection point feels obvious at that point. Oh, there, excuse me, excuse me. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Let me hit the wrong button there. Oh, that delay was hilarious. Nightmare is constructed. That's true. We've already seen Nightmare twice. I don't know. I think anything in Other M shouldn't count for seeing a boss again, if I could be just completely blunt about that. And I don't even feel the need to explain that. That would also bring Fantoon back on the table. And considering his connection to the Chozo, and he is an energy vampire, maybe he's the kind of thing the Federation was dealing with before the space pirates started showing up and causing a problem. Don't worry, that still invalidates the Mother Brain because she's still been in 2 of them. Her left hand. No. I firmly think the X should not come back. Personally. We did enough with them twice. Whoa, ho, ho, there. Holy crap. What? What is this nonsense? Okay. This is... Sure. That's way too close. Like, to put this another way, even something I really like, Phazon, I would not bring back. I love the Phazon to death, but the Phazon's been done, you know what I mean? We don't need more Phazon. Ignore the idea I had the other day about bringing back Phazon, but only very specifically. Nothing that's far enough away. Nope, it wasn't. I mean, the idea I had was that someone somewhere saved a bit of Phazon. It is the last of the Phazon, and that would inform the boss fight, is that it's the final chunk of Phazon. God damn it. I actually misclicked there. Either way, I'm fine with just not bringing Phazon back. It's done. We're good. It had a good run. 3 really solid games. Primes, Ross. Metroid Primes. All 3 Metroid Prime games have to do with Phazon. God damn. I can't aim at a diagonal, apparently. That's the problem I keep having. Yeah, by the way, the counter on these is random, for those of you not know. So the timing on it is literally randomized so that you can't just get used to it and deal with it, which, for the record, I don't agree with. Good afternoon, Dark. Well, on the plus side, Spartan, Prime 2 is one I've barely played, so that should be fun. I don't agree with that. And for the record, I didn't do this last time, but I am absolutely giving that a negative this time. Random, that's wrong, for lack of a better way to put it. It effectively makes it random, whether you escape or not. That's stupid. A parry is by design. What a parry is in gameplay is a precise counterattack, which you are supposed to make rewarding because it's hard as hell to do. The whole point of a parry system in any game is to reward you for managing that frame timing. Making it random completely defuses all of that. And yeah, that's ignoring the fact that Samus is a colossal badass and very, very good at reacting and countering to everything else in the entire rest of the game. Hell, the game has a parry system built into it, which is obviously a lot more lackluster. But anyways. So yeah, negative to gameplay. Moving on. Exactly, Noctis Exel. And that sucks. Negative to gameplay. Any questions? Did I not? Right, I have to do this stupid crap. No, don't kill Anthony. Nobody wants to kill Anthony. No, it is actually random, Ross. I looked it up. I mean, even if it was possible to 100% do, the clear design intent is to prevent you from having to, or having the ability, excuse me, to just have good timing and practice good timing. And again, screw them for that. And yeah, you have to push L3, which, fresh reminder, L3 and R3, aspiring game designers out there, L3 and R3 should never, ever be used for anything you're going to use with any kind of regularity. They should be very infrequent stuff, like menu is the kind of thing that you should put under L3 or R3. And no rebindings. It's one of the only things Super does objectively better than this game. Yeah, by the way, this is part of the reason I kept making such a big freaking deal about the fact that you can rebind in Super. Why can't you rebind in this game? And don't give me that you can rebind on the Switch bullcrap. Okay, so now we have speed boost. We had a couple of places we could go speed boosty. Where the one was. Because I've already found it. I just can't remember what it was. Was it up here? No, I think it was actually up here. But let's go here first. I mean, if you're going to put L3 and R3 on something you're going to use all the time, like Sprint, first of all, you're absolutely goddamn insane. But second of all, that's valid. I've heard a lot of weird control key bindings over the years, including my own. That's why rebinding is a thing. I'm sorry. I don't know how better to make this point. The moment at which you have been surpassed by a game from 1994 is the moment I have officially lost all sympathy for your programming woes. It's too complex to change the tutorials. I know you're joking, but God, I bet you someone somewhere has used that exact argument. For those of you not aware, it's actually extremely easy to change those tutorial tooltips to say, point to button current bound, or whatever the hell the actual variable's called, instead of just typing out the text, point to B button. You know, I should probably actually hit the sprint button. So, now I'm here. Hi, how are you? How are things? That's a grapple section. Die, monster. Yeah, that was... Oh god, of course it's already... Oh, never mind. Yay! Woo! What's really funny is, to my knowledge, having rebindings is pretty easy to do. Like, just from an implementation perspective. Please correct me, because I, you know, am an idiot who knows nothing. I don't remember this power bomb. It took us so long to get that power bomb. All the creatures are colored here. Just a little bit of visual storytelling detail. Another grapple point. I mean, I will admit, as with almost everything in programming, the more you are ready for it when it gets there, the easier it is to implement later. Like, if you're not tracking variables the whole playthrough, or the whole... Oh, God, I have to hold down the... Then yeah, it's harder to go through and then find all those variables later. That's logical. That makes sense. But again, rebinding is the kind of thing that you should probably be thinking of in day one. You know, maybe we should allow rebind. Oh. Maybe. Listen, Blagefall. I can't look up dad jokes. I got the HUD up. Let's see here. Did you hear about the fact that Tencent is actually buying rights to the Mario franchise? They're going to make this brand new game. It's going to be called Pay Per Mario. I was just showing off the graphics of the game. Graphics are more important than my ugly mug. Oh, sure. Hit me with the rumor, but I doubt it. Because I can already tell. Alright, hang on. 1 second. Okay, 1 second. Super quick, super quick. Just, let me hit this button really quick. I'll be right back. Ah. Oh, you're talking about the hardware news. Yeah, no, I saw that. That's easy. At this point, dev kits are not only been out, but probably have been out for several months, if not the better part of a year. I will admit, and I know this sounds strange because I just complained about the load times, but I kind of don't care if the Switch 2 is super strong in terms of hardware. You know me. Is it good? Does it have good games? Does it have good controllers? Okay, we're good. Yeah, give it an SSD. Fix the bus issue. Because that is something that needs to be fixed. Fix the RAM issue. And we're good. Oh, and make it backwards compatible. That is something I do care about. Like, I apologize for my ire, that I don't really mean it towards you. It's just, it sort of irritates me how many people are like, oh man, I can't wait to see this Switch 2 be like better than the PlayStation 5 in terms of hardware fidelity. And I'm like, who cares? Sorry. Don't mean to be negative. Please kill me. All right, now, So let's see how the grapple feels compared to Super, right? We just played Super. Obviously, that's just whatever. I will admit them fixing the frickin' drift is also something I'm highly invested in. Even though I have never experienced it, still, somehow, currently, on the Switch game I'm currently playing, if it has a 3DS slot, I'll be very happy. There are actually quite a few 3DS games I still haven't played. Because, you know, I would have to play them on the 3DS. Damn it, I'm running out of jokes. Yeah, the Joy-Cons are far too expensive for having something like drift. That's ridiculous. You know, honestly, I think I'd be okay with that too, Russ. You want to have better hardware, but like overall the same general architecture. I'd kind of be okay with that. All right, so grapple. I really thought that I would dislike the Joy-Con separating, you know, how I'm playing them right now. Until I did so. No, I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm so amazing or you're so stupid. It's just, it's weird to me how comfortable this is to play as. Like, my sister was making fun of me earlier because I was sitting here like this, playing. You know, like this, with the controllers. And it was just super comfortable. I didn't even think about it until she mentioned something. I was actually talking to a friend of mine who started using a controller for the very first time last month, or at least functionally for the first time. And one of the biggest complaints they had is having to do this, having to have your hands connected because it's not ergonomic. And it was causing them a little bit of stiffness, a little bit of pain. Go figure, huh? So... come to the surface. I also love how militaristic all the statues are, which just makes so much sense. Of course he would engrave a freaking mural of himself. Dude has a colossal ego. There's that left hand again. Hello, Quiet Robe. Yeah, the first...
Henki Maradis, Pisalakutar ili Zoha Hasana, Ilichozo Manfaragai Atasen Mamoris, Ashkar Behek, Ninu Gabara Neporien Levat Balis Hemniku, Hemsenilitanumar Tarbichozo Rahama Hasana, Mamoris ili Maukin, Sahari Lin ili Maukin, Pinoras Hasana Tarbilichozo. Urairisi dos karodan ili mathroid, nirmugitalar suradis me ili agarna lima. Uramahar pantamugi dos saral pura mathroid. Kunihabari hundar tarasabekes en holchanim, linkatalu ili uliris, sabalma. Ashkar behek, hasari gale ubana dos elegar mir. Ninu barash nek ili ferun tar hadar, les ninu kedar, ili mathroid mugi, tanam tar bi hadar bunta, eiris dos eka ili gimel, ashkar behek gabori dos balan ili mathroid, dos ili tarin nalima hemsatar, humbim bi kalki sakra, dos horek bura, ninu mehirin ili zoha hasana, Bimura Gabara ili Sahali, Dosuran ili Mathroid. Galmir Tostek, Ananakoden Mugi Akalai. Ashkar Behek, Hem ili Maukin, Hasana Hasari Anabalta dos Humahar Sarian. Ili Darin Alima. Les Nudakan dos Geren Humahar Korgangal Turuta Mathroid. Sabalba. Talaris le shak sirugali nevak, Hemmugi lamai dos goro humahar yoris mei kohana. Aitar ili gelsu manu naloni ishka ili agarna lima, Mugi garama bi eris les nido. Ili tarin alima megori le shakutanga, Ontar humahar gelsu mugi barilin ili eris. Arek ebores, ashkar behek, elemeirisi, dos karodan hum. Ninu aros hakame, ninu mahar meheni, dos tumema, ninu mahar yoris. Ishili mathroe, meili agarna lima. Habari bama mugi sarali, lina tamahar toshek. Nutili mathroid esborodo. Ili yoristar ashkar behek, dora habar bados les maradan. Has bados les maradan. Ashka ulugal ata. Ili emai marhuma satari lin ashkar behek. Tamus arlan, feje hadoran. Ninu habar kumane hundos, revolen ili mathroidim ishkanulisa tamaharisbi.
Kino ulo druta, ana maril sanur pura, ay marhel kalon.
Ata estor daboris urahama. Ana habar kisari ilisata. Ana manbala meyata tamus.
Surprise! These guys suck. Holy crap. Yep, okay. Wasn't ready for that at all. I actually had the controllers down and everything because I was jotting down some notes while that was happening. And I'm trying to coordinate something else at the same time. So, it's easy to do an exposition dump cutscene. In fact, it's one of the most common types of cutscenes that exist in gaming. It's hard. Sorry, not in gaming. In fiction. It's hard to make a cutscene dump work. I personally think that one works. There's some subtle implications. The use of Lower Brinstar as Quiet Robe's theme kind of passively connects that theme to the Chozo, which also kind of then connects that theme to the beneficial Chozo, the ones we usually think of as the benefactors, you know, the benevolent precursors, you know, the ones we usually think of as the positive ones, as opposed to the other Chozo, of which we've seen at least 3 other tribes at this point in time. It also lines up a few things visually. There's a lot of subtle little movements in Quiet Robe that help indicate what the hell's going on. And obviously Samus speaking in Chozo is just kind of awesome. From what I understand, they did do a little bit of work to make it an actual conlang instead of just Huttese gibberish, so that's cool. If you pay attention, there's a little bit of sentence structure inherent in the way they talk about it, so that's even more cool. But I also like the little quiet implication that during the Primes was when Ravenbeak and his colossal stupidity was completely devastating his entire tribe. In case you missed that, there are, as of the beginning of that cutscene, 2 Chozo left alive. Anywhere. Oh, I love that line, Bragwin. That's a great way to characterize Ravenbeak in one sentence. He worships at the altar of power. No, DZ Maven, don't do it! Don't do it! Quick, kill DZ Maven before he retcons more Chozo in. Okay, It's interestingly memorable, because as Dakoita points out, that's pretty much the big scene for Quiet Robe. But it's a good freaking scene. Yeah, Hadar Sen Olmen. Power is everything. There I was. I remember doing this fight a couple of times last time, too. Oh, and in case you missed that, Ravenbeak deliberately allowed him to give his exposition to us before he ordered him killed by his robot, which is the thing that's fighting us right now. Now, it is still a Chozo bot, so yay. As you saw, this is nothing to be taken lightly. God, he hits like a truck. Everything hits like a truck in this game. But yeah, they're all dead. Except, as of this point, Ravenbeak. Did you notice that Quiet Robe's actually in the background, by the way? As the fight's going on? God damn it. One shot. There is an easy mode, although I'm not going to do that. That'd be terrible. Also, I don't think you could change it on the fly, which is a damn shame. I don't think easy mode existed when we played this last time. I could be wrong. Wow! Yeah, sorry, that was me being a little bit cheeky. I, of course, knew about this point when I said that, Rose. It feels like it wants me to melee counter that, but I can't seem to figure out... Oh, sure. Let's go do this. Let's go do this. Brute force it right in the face. No attempts at subtlety. You just get more pickups. It's not even a lazy difficulty mode. My goodness. I do not know how to dodge that. I think that's the problem, because he's just guaranteed hitting me with his red dash right now. That's the one I can actually counter, but I was too slow to recognize that. Yeah, like, the attack distance on that is absolutely insane. Like, it actually feels unintuitive to me, because I'm like, oh, I could just jump right over that. No. Oh, I could just jump back. No. Yeah, like, the outermost sparks of the attack still hit you. It's kind of silly. Okay. Strange. Okay. Yeah, that was crap. That was a terrible fight. By me, I mean. I suck. I'm worthless and terrible. So, a bunch of the Emmys are now turned off, so that's something. Right? That counts for something. Yet now there's nobody who can control Metroids. So I feel safe at discussing a little bit of the lore of the setting. I actually talked about this briefly earlier. During Samus Returns, I believe. Yeah, see, the Emmy's just off now. Hello? Hello? Ah, whatever. I wouldn't work too much, but... hang on. God damn it. It's got to be the simplest and easiest dash in the world, and I just can't do this, apparently. Okay. Fine. Lore. So, so they encounter the X-parasites, right? And they're like, oh, hey, X-parasites, that sucks. What can we do about this? I've got it. We'll make the ultimate weapon to deal with the X-parasites. It'll be great. Nothing will go wrong with anything ever. So, they make the Metroids, everything's cool, and Ravenbeak, who I should mention, even at this point in history, was considered the greatest warrior in Chozo history, was like, oh, that's cool. We could use these to finally bring order to the galaxy, and I could finally feed my ego. I mean, conquer the whole thing. So the Chozo he decides to go ahead and take over the whole shish kebab. He's gonna take the Metroids, and once they're done being sealed away and all that, once they've dealt with the X-parasites, cool. Okay, so now we got to figure out how to properly control and breed them, and once we do that, we'll be able to win, right? And the Tho has said, whoa, we need to destroy the planet. We need to wipe everything out. And Ravenbeak's like, okay, cool. And being the sane, rational, long-term thinker that Ravenbeak is, he had the entire Thoha tribe slaughtered except for one person, Quiet Robe. And in defiance for that, he's like, all right, Quiet Robe, you come with me, because that way I can control the Metroids. Then they went to go find some Metroids to see what they could do about actually getting some Metroids. That didn't work out well, and instead what they got was they got X-parasited. So, Ravenbeak, who is a supreme asshole, decided that the best possible thing to do in order to defeat the X-parasite would be to completely seal everyone in this one area, and I mean completely seal it off, like vacuum seal and everything, while he left. I mean, obviously he can't stand there because he needs to be alive because his dick is just so big. You don't even have any idea. It's so big. So he had to get out. He sacrificed his entire tribe to the X-parasites. So then he's like, okay, cool, I've got this. I just have to go and get those stupid Metroids with some, you know, maybe I'll get some automation. I'll start replacing my own soldiers with robotic versions of my own soldiers. That's the thing we just fought, along with some of the other bosses we'll fight in this game. Cool, now I've got robot soldiers, which, I mean, that's what I wanted anyways. I just wanted mindless slaves. I should mention that the regular thing that Ravenbeak would do to his own followers is if you betrayed him or fought against him in any way, he would strip you naked and then feed you alive to monsters, while other people watched. That was how he maintained control over the Moccan tribe. Anyways, so he's like, cool, let's do this. So he goes to try and find Metroids, but unfortunately, we sort of wiped out, like, all the Metroids except the baby. And by the time he even found out about the baby, it was too late, because remember, Super happens right after 2. There's no time frame for him to go deal with that, so he's just like, okay. So then he just chilled for a minute, trying to figure out how to operate next. And then he found out about us. That's it. Samus has... First of all, Samus is my property. This is not a joke. Because of our Chozo DNA and because of our armor, he legitimately thinks of Samus Aran as his property. So, first of all, he has ownership over that. But second of all, we have some Metroid DNA in us after the events of Fusion. Perfect. All we have to do is bring her in and consume her, and then build tons of clones of Metroids, and then win. Please remember that historically speaking, no one has ever successfully controlled the Metroids except for 3 distinct groups. The people who built them to be inherently designed to follow orders from them, a super powerful psychic ultra computer that needed a building to keep it operating, and their own queen. So, Ravenbeak's like, yeah, I'm gonna make tons of Metroids and totally control them. Keep in mind, he has no scientists left. I mean, he's got access to crap tons of technology and robots, but he's a warrior. He's the best warrior the Chozo have ever seen, and his int and whiz are probably in the negatives. So, with this brilliant plan, he releases the picture of the X-parasite to us. It's like, okay, here we go. You got this. And, yeah, we show up to deal with that, and you notice he was right there. Like, as soon as we landed, Ravenbeak was right there ready to claim his property, Samus Aran. What's really interesting about this is that his stupid decisions continue. Because the next thing he decided to do was he saw the potential for Samus Aran. We actually held our own against him for a decent chunk of time. So he's like, you know what? I'll let you live. And I'll, put a bunch of stuff in your way so you get stronger. And video game plot excuse here. He's going to pull a second Lich King and, try to build up Samus to be even more powerful so that she could then be something even more worthy of serving him. Because obviously we're going to serve him. I mean, why wouldn't we? His dick is just, it's from space, okay? From space. Now, I actually like this, to be completely honest with you. I enjoy the fact that Ravenbeak is this stupid in this way. I know that sounds stupid, and I know some people can disagree with this, and I don't care. This actually works for me. It makes so much sense that someone whose entire mindset... So I kind of skipped over an important step of the world building here. Ravenbeak is a supreme warrior. Not a leader, not a general, a warrior. And he was part of the Mockin tribe. In the Mockin tribe, they're very Sith. Whoever can beat the other guy goes up top, right? He was so super powerful in terms of personal combat and his mastery over his own personalized suit that he just beat everyone else. One by one. Knocked down the dominoes. It's very Senator Armstrong, exactly. So he just beat everyone else, became the ruler, and he was an idiot. Which makes sense. The dude who can beat the snot out of anybody else probably shouldn't be a really good leader, if you think about it. Yeah, he's also been at the head of his game for years at this point. So this works for me. A true warrior act. It's the Garrosh thing, for God's sakes. Oh, I already wrote that down. So, yeah, no, he's an idiot, and every plan he makes things worse for him. Which, again, I applaud for the fact that it makes sense. Yeah, I know, right, Bragwin? Alright, I apologize for the delay. I'm ordering lunch for my mother for Mother's Day. I should probably do this so I stop making my time tick up. And now, of course, it's quiet. Here, let's have another Metroidvania song playing. This is Hollow Knight, yeah. The green path. Why do you have a mute badge? Watching without audio. You lie! Sorry, yeah, I'm kind of with Zephyr on that. Yeah, we don't go to Deep Nest. We don't go to Deep Nest. Now, one thing I don't like and there's no way to get around this. There's literally no way to bypass this. Is that Ravenbeak is the villain of the entire franchise, except for the Primes. He is behind the events of 1, behind the events of 2, behind the events of Super, Fusion, Other M, technically, and this one. He's not deliberately behind any of that. It would be more accurate to say that he's a frickin' moron who is constantly screwing up things, and we're running around dealing with the crap that was left over after him. So I'm okay with that. They did a decent job with that. But the point is, it makes Ravenbeak the main villain, and the problem with that is he didn't exist before this game, or more accurately, until Samus Returns. So that's never going to feel good when you suddenly introduce a new primary villain this late in production of something. Yeah, he's the jailer, exactly. Now, oh, you should pick up this game, Sophicom. It's really good. It's on PC, too. This can work. I do think it works here. I don't think it's perfect here, but I do think it works here. But it's also easy for this to really, really not work. And indeed, the jailer from World of Warcraft is a perfect example of how to screw up this exact same concept. So, that's just my opinion. My own take on things. Probably Trafin, in all honesty. A lot of why I'm willing to give this game some credit is down to visual storytelling, which is something Metroid's always been good at, so that makes sense. A lot of the characterization of Quiet Robe, of Ravenbeak, and of Samus herself boils down to literally how they move, how they act, and how they look in cutscenes. I hate to spoil something a little bit, but there's going to be a scene where we're fighting him, and he is unflappable the entire time until we finally start to get a head up on him, at which point he loses his composure completely. That's characterization right there. He has such an ego that when he starts the fight, he's just like, yeah, and he's just completely on top of it. He's casual about the way he approaches it, because he doesn't think for a millisecond we can do anything to him until we do. And the moment we finally pierce his defenses, he immediately loses it. Why? Because it never even occurred to him that we could. That's characterization right there. And I like that kind of stuff. Yeah, honestly, yeah. Morrowind. Come, lay down your arms. It is not too late for my mercy. And then when you start going after the heart, something that never even occurred to him, his reaction is, wait, what are you doing? What? Huh? Anyways. Moving on. Where the hell was I? Oh yeah, there is a Shine Spark puzzle. Which one is this one? What's my goal? If I have a goal, I can reverse engineer this a little bit. I vaguely remember this one. Okay, I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is. Hang on. I can't remember how to hold it. I can't remember how to pause it. Hang on. How to hold it. I don't remember how to hold the spark. I know there's a way to do it midair because I did the hardest spark puzzle in this game on camera. Can't remember how to do it. That's not what I thought it was. I'm allowed to be a little bit happy about that one. Of course I freaking did, as to mean. Shoot, I don't have any... I mean, the Shine Spark puzzles are really good. They're right up there with AM2Rs. The only other game I gave pluses just for Shine Spark puzzles. That super hard one that took me like 50 attempts to get, I actually really liked that puzzle, despite the fact that it was so frustrating. There's only one thing I didn't like about it, and it was the initial setup. You're on Dakota.
Uploading data.
Our profile friend has explained much. We now know why the enemy are pursuing you. Samus Aran, Raven beat Lord you here. He wants the Metroid DNA that exists only within you. I have confirmed that Quiet Road has deactivated all remaining enemy. You should now be able to reach the surface unthreatened. The route Quiet Road opened is in Verenia. Return there immediately.
Hey, Dragon Player. Yeah, the hardest one in the game, once I actually did it, was just a thing. It's in the highlight reel. Anybody doesn't believe me that I did that sucker. Although, I guess I don't have to prove that, because I have 100% save on this game. I showed that out earlier. So, you know, by default. Over here. Whoop, 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 whoop. Is that a good thing or a bad thing, Sabako? I will say, one of the things I love most about this game is how ridiculously smooth it is. So I don't know if that's related to the thing you're talking about, so. Energy refill there, don't mind me. I mean, the game looks good. It plays good, it acts good, it feels good, and everything is good. It's good. I don't know what you want from me. I've actually been thinking about this. I think the sprite work is a bit better in Super. The enemies, Samus herself, and bosses are just really, 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 really well designed in Super. Like, crazy good. But I think the brickwork is probably going to be superior in Dread. Like, some of these areas are just too good looking. Yeah, I'm not sure I have ever played a video game that controls better than this one, with the possible exception of, like, StarCraft 2. And that's kind of a different thing, you know? It's hard to put into words how amazingly this game controls. It's going to be one of those situations where we're going to have to go past 3 positives to really explain this thing. It's funny you bring up Mario Odyssey, because the only other games I think that contest this in terms of controls, Mario Odyssey and Mario Wonder. Go figure. Is anybody surprised by that? Is anybody surprised by that? Celeste is precise, but it doesn't have that fluidity to it. It doesn't have that I never feel out of control kind of a concept, right? I don't even know how to put it better into words. There's a lot of interpretation that's going on. There's a lot of excellent shortcutting going on. For example, in Super, in order to use a missile, I switch to my missiles and I shoot my missiles. In here, I hold down R and I tap, boom, and I just shoot a missile. That's so smooth. They use shortcutting in this game. They also did this in Wonder and in Odyssey, if you're paying attention. Shortcutting is such an important and undervalued tool when it comes to controls. So it's not just the fact that the controls themselves are correct, but it's that a lot of excellent thought was put into what should control where and how. It's something I was talking about pretty recently, because of the messenger. It doesn't matter how much you rebind the messenger, because the core concepts of how they did the controls just didn't really work. I mean, the mere fact that there's a button to roll into a ball seems like such a minor change, and yet it smooths out the experience so much. The fact that that button is also the same button that pulls you into a slide, that also makes perfect sense. And so forth and so on. The game just, it's very, very smart about its control design, in addition to being controls. Like being just good controls. Yeah, no, the addition of the slide was such a smart move. Dishonored 2 also controls very, very well. I'm not saying it doesn't. But I don't think it's quite on the same level. That's all. And don't mistake me, I love Dishonored 2. That game is freaking amazing. That might be top 10 territory when we get there. We'll see. And yeah, they use every button on the controllers. It's awesome. That could be, Ross. I don't know. Sorry, 1 second. I'm trying to think. I was just about to jot something down. I can't remember what it was. We're going to get rid of this negative pause. We're going to get rid of that one, too. We'll keep that one. Yeah, Skyward Sword in the Wheat. Ah! Or more like... That hurts so much. I've been made fun of for that. Did you know that? I have had people mock me for the fact that Skyward Sword in the Wheat caused me physical pain. Then again, we did have someone tell me I was a moron for having headaches. What the hell do I know? I am exceptionally excited for the Zelda block. I am almost sad we're starting with Breath of the Wild. Almost. Wait. Oh, sorry, Rex. I misread that at first. I thought for just a second you were being serious. I was about to be like, what? I mean, Breath of the Wild's going to have its own bundle of negatives, and I think it's going to score lower than some people think it will. God, no, Russ. In fact, that's why we're starting with Breath of the Wild. The whole point of starting with Breath of the Wild is to not play Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom back-to-back. That's crazy. I don't think that would be good for anybody. Not me, not you. So, I asked this on Discord already. Which of the Zelda games in the Zelda block are you most looking forward to seeing? I know which one I'm most looking forward to playing, and none of you can guess it unless you already read the answer on Discord, in which case, ignore me. I don't think I believe you, Astamine. Why one? Oh, it's... I had that and everything. Booyaka. It's okay, Blue Fusion Bolt. I'm pretty sure nobody actually watches me play games anyways. We're actually pretty far through the game right now, Torchnator. We're not at the first major freedom point, but we're getting pretty close to it. Some interesting answers in chat. I will go ahead and tell you right now. The Zelda... Whoa! The Zelda game I am most looking forward to replaying is Four Swords Adventures, the GameCube one. Listen, nobody actually likes Ocarina or Majora's, okay? People say they do, but they're lying. But no, Four Swords Adventures was a game I used to replay all the time. And I actually really enjoyed replaying it. I anticipate it'll score better than several people think it will. For a game they've probably never even really heard of. Now, here's the thing. We all know what Zelda game is going to score best. Twilight. I mean, that's pretty much given. Right? Like, we all know that. We're also pretty sure of which Zelda's going to score worst. It's either Zelda 1 or Zelda 2, which also means the second worst will be Zelda 1 or Zelda 2. So, we've pretty much already defined the ceiling and the floor for the Zelda block. So here's my question to you. Which Zelda do you think will be the second best? And which Zelda do you think will be the third worst? I didn't even see that. I know, game. Thank you. Thank you for your interest and concern. My own personal pick, now that people have had a chance to think about it, I think Phantom Hourglass or Spirit Tracks will be the second worst, or excuse me, the third worst. And we're dead. Wow! Okay. Okay. I think that Phantom Hourglass is, problematic. And so is Spirit Tracks. And for the record, yeah, I have played and beaten both of them. So yeah, Phantom Hourglass is my personal pick for number 3 slot. For the second best, that I'm a lot less sure of. I bet you a lot of people think it'll be Wind Waker. Let me tell you right now, it will not be Wind Waker. The odds of it being Wind Waker are near zero. If you asked me right now, I would say... Oh God, tell me about it, Hephaestus. I would say right now that the fight, the ones that are going to be contesting for the number 3 slot, or the number 2 slot, excuse me, will probably be, in no particular order, Link Between Worlds, Link to the Past, and Four Swords Adventures. I think those 3 are going to be the closest in actually contention for pulling the slot right behind Twilight. What's that? Ah, one of those doors. I, of course, haven't played Tears, so I have no idea on that front. Four Swords Adventures is short, well-designed, it has good bosses, it has good controls, it has good gimmicks, it has good visuals, it has an interesting and engaging story. It's kind of solid all the way through. I'm not even sure if there is a major negative I can think of off the top of my head for Four Swords Adventures. Now, granted, I am very familiar with that game. I used to replay it all the time. But still. Well, okay, let's try this way. Yeah, the biggest reason I'm not sure about Tears of the Kingdom is it's going to be long. I mean, you know it's not, Ross. I know you hate Majora's, and I kind of don't care. It's not going to review that badly. The only way Majora's would review that badly is if Ocarina also did, and there's no way in hell Ocarina's going to score that badly. Imagine Ocarina scoring badly. Give me a break. You know, yeah, negative to Four Swords Adventures for the fact that it's hardware locked. Oh wait, we have to give that to like 80% of the games we've reviewed ever. Including the one I'm playing right now. I mean, that's just the FF10 argument all over again. As long as we just ignore all the content of the game, it's a lot better, I swear. For the record, mockery and joking aside, I actually really like Ocarina. But I don't think it's going to take the number 2 slot. There's no way. First of all, even Ocarina without Master Quest still kind of falls apart a little bit at the end, and it still has several sections of when you're going through it. Second of all, Majora's is probably going to score better. Did last time. This is really frustrating. So I'm trying to find a grind spot where I can just get some health up. And there isn't one nearby. What is Master Quest? So Master Quest is the same general run-through. But it's supposed to be a hard mode. It kind of isn't, to be blunt. It's more like an irritating mode. Because Master Quest, I was originally really impressed by this, because Master Quest actually completely changes the dungeons. So they're new dungeons, right? Cool, right? Yeah, but all the dungeons are just worse. They're bad. It's funny, compared to the general... quality of dungeon design in Ocarina Vanilla. Master Quest was like, here. Oh god, yeah, Master Quest Bottom of the Well is awful. Alright, let's just push for it. Let's just save before we go up. Son of a submariner. Well, that's an easy answer, Gum Gum. It doesn't, and I don't, although considering gravity operates differently in my setting, I suppose that might be part of that. Did I, Ross? God, I don't remember. I just remember the Under the Well Master Quest, which was just, oh. Alright, chill. So I get that it's a thing on Chill Penguin, but I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce it. Chill Pangolin is my first guess there. And as we are ever and always tolerant and accepting of lurking, no judgment. We're also pretty cool and pretty chill. So hopefully you will find it not particularly egregious to chat around here. not, Huthor? Oh yeah, I gotta show off this too. I actually mentioned this earlier. I would have showed this really, but then I died like 3 times in a row. So let's kill everything really quick. Check it out. There's rain only outside the cover. I know. That's such a minuscule thing, but that's so awesome. Well, that really sucks, Huthor, because I can't take a stand on anything for any reason. I can stop buying their DLCs. Of course, there's a health refill right here. Same screen and everything. But yeah, the attention to detail in the graphics of this game is kind of crazy. I think the tentacle thing is moving. I think it's moving. I don't know, Blue Fuchsia Bolt. I mean, have you seen the... Oh, I don't even remember the company. It doesn't even matter. There's a company that's like, yeah, we can't wait to use AI. It's going to be so great. I know people personally are like, oh man, I can finally use AI instead of hiring an artist. And it's like, okay. Was that EA? God, I don't know. I'd love to point the finger at... Oh my god, oh my god. Oh, they totally have, 100%. I think part of the problem is... I don't know how to explain that. You know how cars were in use long before the Model T? No, of course you don't, because nobody knows that, and that's my point. Cars were a thing well before the Model T. But the Model T changed the dynamic, the atmosphere, the industry, and the culture around cars. Because what the Model T did was it standardized cars. And yeah, I think that's where we're at with AI. No, I just kind of don't counter. By habit, I suppose, would be how I would call that. Chill Pangolin. It's not really in the muscle memory. But I just kind of don't do it out of reflex. I see a flash attack coming, and my first thought, like my muscle memory instinctive thought, is dodge, not parry. Because there's only 2 Metroid games that have parry mechanics, and, well, this is one of them. Oh, this looks like a very safe... Oh, God! Yeah, I agree with several other people in the industry. Live services are going to get worse before they get better. In fact, they may never get better. So that's cool. Oh, right. Weird. Did not want to let go of that. Okay. I just figured out how to fight the boss here. See if we can... I mean, it's better than Super, although it's not saying much. Oh, whoever asked earlier, sorry for not answering live at the time. Yes, I am looking forward to War Within. It's the first time in about 8 years that I am legitimately looking forward to a new expansion in an MMO. It's been a while. That's a fast necrosis right there. Or I guess petrification. I don't know. It's dead either way. No, I didn't see the number. How many was it, Ross? And yeah, all the tentacles are dead now, so that's cool. 310. Ah, fine. Yeah, that's pretty good. What's happening? Actually, yes, Huthor. That's going to become one of our new co-op games. That's going to be our evening co-op thing. It's kind of exactly what it sounds like, Talia. It's Pandaria remixed. Vastly increased speed of leveling, new cosmetics, new achievements, a new extremely cool looking mount, which I'm looking forward to getting. Yeah, you can do raids and dungeons as part of the leveling experience. It's a very cool experiment, and I'll tell you, it's the live team. And the live team has been doing a lot of experiments lately, so that's not something that I consider surprising. There we go. Okay, there's a refill. I have the cloak, the coat, people. So, I mean, that's probably never happening, one of the main motivations behind the entire World of Warcraft series was to help people to understand and appreciate the amazing story that WoW has. No, not like in general, like, or not someday, now. WoW has a great story. In fact, I think people will be surprised by how high WoW is going to score on the story axis when we get there. But it is absolutely all over the place, and that is its major problem. Never argue that. It's just like every MMO. You have to know what you're doing to know what you're doing. I hope you have the wiki open. Well, that's because BFA and Shadowlands sucked, Gavator. Although I think those will also have a higher story score than most people think. So, Brinstar. I mean, Gavoran. I don't know, we'll see. One of the quests that came out this week is extremely terrible. Like, shockingly bad. I'm blown away at how bad it is. So we'll see. No, in live, in Dragonflight. God, I hate how there's so many versions of WoW right now that I have to be descriptive of. No, not the Dark Heart thing, actually. That was great. No, it's the epilogue quest. See, here's the thing. There's this brand new quest that you can get in Valdrakken. It's like, hey, one of the the Emberthal. Emberthal wants to choose a visage. And that's cool and awesome and interesting and deals with the whole culture. One second. Deals with the culture of the whatever they're called in general, and it's a whole thing about identity, and it's really, really cool. So you get that question, it's like, awesome. And it tells you to go around town, and you could talk to, like, a Death Knight. I'm spoiling this a little bit for you, Huthor, but trust me on this one, okay? So you could talk to a Death Knight, you could talk to, like, a Void Elf, you could talk to a Worgen, other people who have had their forms changed and shifted, and how that affects their identity. Okay, cool, still with that. Then it tells you to talk to different NPCs across the entire continent. Like one from each zone. That's where the quest suddenly nosedives into Garbageville. Because here's the problem. In order to actually do each of those, and it is literally just talking to them, you have to have done their entire quest chain. Nothing indicates what that quest chain is. So, for example, you can't just go to them and then pick up their quest chain and do it, which would already be bad. Instead, you have to go to them and they just don't talk to you. They actually have a specific dialogue saying, I'm too busy to talk to you right now. Go away. So you have to frickin' look up what their question is, or just do every quest in order to unlock the ability to talk to them in order to progress this quest. Now, if you're paying attention, this is the same bullcrap that FF14 pulls that I hate over there. But at least FF14 would do this in a better order. FF14 wouldn't even let you pick up the quest to begin with. It would just say, nope. Come back after you've done other things. Come back after you've done all of the quests in order to unlock this quest. Because they've actually done that before. It's usually called an epilogue quest, right? So, sure, that still irritates me, I'm not going to lie, but it's fine. But instead, you get to the final quest in the chain, because I looked it up. And then it's like, no, screw you. If it's a bug, it's a very specific bug, because they have a unique bit of dialogue that specifically indicates, hey, go do my quest chain. That's one hell of a bug. It's just bad design. They just didn't think about it. There are ways they could have implemented that. They didn't. They suck. Moving on. We were doing that quest just last night, by the way, so this is extremely fresh in my memory. God, we were pissed. I know what you're thinking. How did you have that issue? I didn't. Because, of course, I have done every quest in the game. What? That's deliberate. What I just did was deliberate. That's how that's supposed to be gotten. I have no idea how you're supposed to get that. Which Zelda do I think will have the highest story score? That's actually a tough one. Hi, Evo. Okay. Oh, wrong button. Just played to the wrong button here. Okay. God, the attack range on that is absolutely stupid. I'm just gonna die. I'm just gonna die. There's no point in even trying. Good. I mean, it makes sense, but again, it would have been a lot better if they had just implemented that like FF14 does, and just put up a big red sign saying, you can't pick up this quest, because you haven't done everything yet. Instead of letting you get to, and I want to stress this again, the final step of the chain, and then being like, oh, no, hang on, bro. You know, that's a good point, Torchinator. And you're right. Oh, wow, Gavator, really? I'd ask why, but, eh. Like, I don't know what to add to that. Then again, I did see someone complaining that, dynamic flying is too boring, and they'd prefer it if they just went back to old flying. Which counts for one of the weirdest complaints I've heard lately. I love dynamic flying. I think it's one of the best ideas I've had in years. Especially since it's going to be perfected in the upcoming Acclamation patch and turned into a toggle. I admit I like Guild Wars 2, so that might have informed my enjoyment, Gavator. Highest... Okay, he's still disabled. Highest story score of a Zelda. I mean, the easy answer is Twilight, but I almost feel like that's an invalid answer. Let me think about that more. Wind Waker's going to be up there. I think we all know that. Skyward will probably score pretty high on the story. That is true. That is a thing that is definitely true. The website... Yes, everything is plural. Everything is plural at this point, Chill Pangolin. The only thing... So I guess I'm just contradicting myself immediately. If you're adding a new game to the list, you can only add one new game. Everything else is plural.
Uploading data.
Honestly, probably, yeah. Federation Builder.
Samus, you are approaching the surface. This area, Gathering, appears to be an underground forest. The enemy have been deactivated, but Ravenbeak still desires the Metroid DNA within you. I have reviewed the video log of your encounter after your arrival. You were no match for him then. You are no match for him now. It is true that you have recovered many of your combat abilities. However, my analysis suggests that you would not be a worthy adversary for him, not even at full power.
That's an interesting way to phrase that, Adam. Thanks for that.
One thing still eludes me. Why did Ravenbeak spare you during that encounter? Something must have motivated him.
His dick is so big, you don't even know. Thank you, Ross. As always, and I suppose you know the question. Highest story score. Highest story score. Really pushing the awful block, huh, Ross? It's okay, that won't be a thing for months. don't even know what one-shot is. I know what Echo is. And like a dragon. You got it. Thank you. Yeah. Best gameplay score. That's actually really tough. Let me think about that for a minute. See, I was thinking it would be Link Between Worlds or LTTP, and I know that's weird to put LTTP up there, but LTTP has a really, really, really solid gameplay. It's kind of crazy at Brawl. Then again, I could be wrong. Would not be the first time. Link Between Worlds is incredibly polished, and it does have amazing dungeon design, and boss design, and kit. Great overworld, fun, optional activities, that's important. Minish Cap, yeah, Minish Cap. Okay, so anyways, just gonna move Minish Cap off the screen, there we go. Let's see. I think I stand by my answer. I think I agree. Link Between Worlds is probably going to grab the highest gameplay score. And certainly not going to score badly on the story axis. Zelda's going to be a little bit different than Metroid, because most of the Zelda games are going to be really strong contenders. Good story, good gameplay. Like, name a Zelda game that doesn't have good story and good gameplay that is not Zelda 1 and 2. No, an actual Zelda game, Dragon Player. Like, no matter how many times you try to pull that, technically, the CDIs are not Zelda games. Any more than Final Fantasy Legend is a Final Fantasy game. I don't care what name you put on it, it's not a Zelda game. Hyrule Warriors might do well, but it also is not in the Zelda block because it's not really a Zelda game. It's a Dynasty Warriors game. RZ. That's a good question. And I know everything about RZ. I know that game so well that I will never have to do anything about this at all in order to figure out what RZ is. Load, Jesus Christ. Here we go. RZ. It's apparently... Oh, okay. I actually do know what that is. Still not a Zelda game. I've heard... What? I've heard a whole lot of bashing of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, and overpraising of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I don't really think I'm going to be in either of those bundles myself, because that's just not my style. Darksiders is absolutely a Zelda game, and 2 probably is. Even Twilight Princess, the game that I am pretty sure, I'm going to laugh when I'm wrong about this, pretty sure is going to win, you know, best Zelda game, still has quite a few flaws to it. There's some pacing issues, there's some traversal issues, there's some weird nonsensical crap when it comes to the story. There's some padding issues here and there. That's actually it. But the point is, Every game has a super had 10 negatives, you know? What do you want from me? Okay, so... Oh, I love Zant so much. Sorry. Triple character positive for Zant. Oh, that's a... Right, that's a power combo. Okay. Supers. Oh, Zant's boss fight is probably the best boss fight in that game. No joke. How do I be able to Vadi? Well, he exists. Technically in 2 games, although functionally in 1. Which one, Spartan? If you don't mind sharing. Very technically, Torchinator. Very technically. Best boss fights? Ooh. That's a tough one. So, let's just start by saying this. Twilight has really solid boss fights. I already mentioned Link Between Worlds. I am curious if Skyward Sword will. Because, well, I've never played the Skyward Sword boss fights without hating myself. You know? Aw. Good night, Evo. Please don't stay up super late. I think the Ocarina fights are good, too. I just don't think they're on quite the same level. Yeah, exactly, Torchinator. Like, I remember several of the boss fights and hating controlling Link during them. So it's kind of hard to gauge the boss fights themselves. Of all the Zeldas we're playing, the one I am most curious of by far is Skyward. Because that game, I hated the crap out of that game. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to give a dizziness warning when it comes to Twilight Princess. I just realized that. So here's the turbo-sealed facility. I've actually already talked about this. This place is hard locked down. There's no way in or out of this place. It is, however, controlled by remote. That's important because you really have to understand how colossally stupid of a decision this is by the person who's controlling it remotely. Hint, hint, it's Ravenbeak opening it. You'll notice, by the way, notice it closed behind her. That's important. Some people miss the fact that it seals behind her. Place has seen better days. Goodbye, Evo, and good night. surprise, the X-parasites are in this game. I actually walked into this unspoiled about that. Somehow. So, that was actually news to me. Don't mind me. And yeah, everything in here is X-parasite, including the Mockin that he sealed in here with them. So that's cool. I don't think Ravenbeak gives a crap about anything other than himself. He is a fairly prototypical sociopath. I don't know why I said proto. He is a typical sociopath. He cares about him and his giant-ass dick. That's it. Need it. So yeah, this is how the game really comes into its own. You remember how The Messenger has the first half of the game and then the second half of the game? Well, we just entered the second half of this game. The introduction of the X-Parasites completely changes two major things about the game. The enemies we fight and the terrain, because the terrain has been changed and is going to continue to change dynamically and morphically. So the map isn't going to be completely the same from this point onwards, and that's kind of awesome. So if there's one thing this game does definitively better than any other Metroid, it is the backtracking aspect. Well, actually, so we don't know 100% why they did do that. Why some of the X-Parasite things are goop and why some of them are not, because some of them are not. If you asked me, I would agree with Federation Builder's overall idea that the longer they try to maintain a form, the less they can. Odo, right? Because we know that they can maintain a form almost perfectly initially. We see this happen several times. Oh yeah, by the way, this big reveal about the X-Parasite thing is one of those everybody knows about it things. But if you pay attention, the game does a pretty good job of holding on to this reveal until the moment you're here in the turbo sealed off area. Which you remember, and I'm going to keep reminding you of this, sealed off behind us. You know, sealed us in. Also notice how they have regular drops and X-Parasite drops now. So that's cool. Plasma. It's plasma. It is the death, the destroyer of worlds. One little detail they get right here that they kind of screwed up in Fusion. Notice that the automated stuff is in fact automated and not X-Parasites. So not every enemy in the game is an X-Parasite. That makes sense, because in lore, X-Parasites cannot replicate artificial matter. They can't just become a robot. They have to have an organic host to consume and then replicate. So that's cool. Well, like Mega Man X style era? I can see that. Especially if it was like a toggle or an option. It would be even better. this place has been falling apart for a while. I've actually thought before that it's possible this seal wouldn't even be able to be maintained with how terrible a shape this place is in. Apparently you cannot turn stuff off, so no, TZ Maven. It's not like Super. So this should be fun. They were sealed during the events of the Metroid Primes, so that would put this before Metroid 2. How long it's been since Metroid 2 to here is questionable, if you don't have a really precise answer for that. So, time to fight some Dragoons. So, in case you missed that, chose a warrior, the Makin. I also like how absolutely wrecked this place is. You get the impression that that particular warrior, or the warriors in general, fought really hard against the X-Parasites, you know, in this room, or against the already infected other Chozo. And, well, they were fighting the X-Parasites, so, you know. I'm so sorry, Spartan. I don't know what I did, but I'm sorry. I'll make this up to you, Spartan. Or die trying. No one should be exposed to that much lore at once. No, we still don't have the scanner. It is in the game, I'm pretty sure. Quote me on that, though. I thought there was in the game. I might be misremembering, because I might be thinking of Samus Returns. I don't know. Possible I missed it. I did miss the scanner in Super, very much on accident. I have, in fact, here. It's a good way to salt them. The salted tomatoes are awesome. Oh, come on! Oh, okay, this is a waste of time. Okay. Well, we got a power bomb we can't use, so I guess that's not a complete waste of time. Yeah, it's an unknown thing. We don't know. It's very mysterious. I honestly thought it was gonna be like, nope. Once we got there. Hey, Dream Whisperer. The latter, Spartan. They just were given new programming. Obtain Samus's DNA. That's it. So the door's open. Because Ravenbeak continues to be the purveyor of wonderful decisions. Like I said, the whole world map just changed. God, he is such an idiot. I mean, he has nothing to be afraid about from the X-Parasites. He's up on his ship. They can't reach him up there. He's fine. He's fine. I would say Dark Samus felt like a different threat. Dark Samus felt a little bit more like Lavos. Not really a sentient sapient being so much as, well, a virus that was spreading throughout the galaxy and wanting to continue spreading. Kind of like the X-Parasites. I have actually thought more than once that the X-Parasites might have actually been based off of Phazon. Good night, TSP. Have a good one. So one distinct way to tell if you're an X-Parasite mimic or not is if you have white eyes. Cool. I hope not, Talia said. I've never considered adding a forum to my website. So we used to have a forum. And that was a terrible, terrible idea. And we got rid of it immediately. And replaced it with the Discord. So I suppose that answers your questions, Effort. Yeah, no. Remember, the X-Parasites, especially when first created, don't really have the ability to think. They haven't processed into the form they're mimicking yet. Yeah, that's just Ravenbeak X, or sorry, I don't know why I said Ravenbeak. Yeah. Quiet Robe X repeating the last action he did. Even saying the last thing he said. So that actually tracks pretty well. I can do it! Alright.
Uploading data.
The X have been released from their confinement. They have now scattered across the planet. This is no doubt the work of Ravenbeak. His motives are still a mystery. But your Metroid DNA grants you immunity to the X-Parasites. You can even absorb them. Perhaps it was some kind of message. Regardless, the X are here. They are overrunning the planet. They must Samus. I trust you will make it here safely.
Yeah, some of the enemy types have actually changed now that they're X-parasites. Instead of whatever they were. Also, I love how this whole planet gets overrun so fast. Which makes sense. The X-parasites propagate ridiculously quickly. Now we have an enemy to consider, so that's cool. Don't mind me, nothing to see here. Oh, goodness. Ugh, that was actually really close. Yeah, no natural predators for something that can propagate in seconds. What do you think happened? I remember this one. We'll walk away from it for now. Or not. Come on, get in there. There you go. I was actually told once, Zephyr, that I should stop spending any effort on maintaining the website at all. Because clearly nobody actually uses it. And instead spend my time trying to market myself on YouTube. Because, you know, that'll work. It wasn't from Dad, but it was someone that might as well have been Dad. Wong. Yeah, Monobrand is correct. I actually had this is not a joke. I actually had a professional website analyst look over the thing once. And their response was, it was great for retention and not particularly good for finding new customers. And I agree with that completely. There's not really a lot of ways to make that into a new customer tool. Oh, nice, Pillars. Now, how's your arm doing? Okay, wasn't ready for that. Wasn't ready for that either. Oh, come on! Literally at the door. In fact, pushed into the door. God damn it. So that's... I don't even remember where it is, Spartan, so no. I got an earlier one. Oh, that's just mean. Oh, come on, game. It made it. I did it. God damn it. You know, if this game didn't have good mid-mission checkpointing, these would be a colossal negative. God damn it, Croatia. You know what? No, I refuse. I refuse. There's no donation. Didn't happen. Nothing to see here. Croatia would never donate to me, so it's okay. It's okay. We're safe from donations. I mean, we know Nintendo QA tests to a fault. I have no idea if Mercury Steam does. That's the entire GDP of Croatia. Well, I mean, yeah, I believe that. Although they might have fired the QA staff, because, you know, the management at Mercury Steam is a bunch of morons. Would you, like, not, please? No! A 0-death run of this game. Holy crap. I mean, the game keeps track of your deaths. They're plot convenient robots. Could you, like, die, please, so I could say thank you to Croatia properly? Oh my god, he's still not dead. Stop being alive. Stop it. Thank you. Come here. That's the wrong button! That was the right button. I mean, there kind of isn't Lord Hermod. Like, the excuse is, oh yeah, they're made of this super tough substance that you can't defeat. What's the substance, and how do they make it into armor? Well, shut up. God damn it. We're not in the Flower Kingdom anymore. Sorry, everybody. Ah! But I had it! Thank you, Croatia, very, very much. Always and ever. Appreciate. Thank you very, very much. You know one thing Twilight Princess will not score well in? I don't know why I just thought about this. Music. Twilight Princess's soundtrack is kind of meh. Honestly, it kind of reminds me of this soundtrack. That's why I was thinking about it. Colony Ship, Gothic, Mass Effect, Andromeda. Listen, all I'm saying is that Twilight Princess has the second worst soundtrack in a Zelda game ever. I'm gonna make one more attempt at this, just the one. I think it really doesn't want me to do this yet. Actual attempt at this. Yeah, there's like, I want to say 2 songs I like in Twilight Princess. Minda's Sorrow, obviously being one of them, or Minda's Lament, or whatever it's called. And actually, yeah, the title scream. I will also give it to the overworld theme. That's 3. I think you're right. This guy's thing. Yeah, anyways, reset our health here. I tried parrying. I don't think you can, though. It's okay, Spartan. I will give Twilight's Princess 15 negatives to music. I'm joking, but we will actually give it a negative. That's actually not a joke. Just the one, don't worry. Now, can you guess the specific song? We might actually give it a negative to song instead of a negative to music. Because there's this one song in Twilight Princess which is terrible and literally nauseating. As in, literally. Nah, it's the generic combat song anytime you're fighting Twilight stuff. It's specifically the combat version of it. It kind of it's Yoshi drums actually, so it drifts into being that way as you enter combat. Yeah, it plays all the time, which is part of the problem. Oh yeah, we actually have a frickin' double jump in those. Yeah, when I say literally nausea-inducing, I want to stress that I am not being facetious. When a friend of mine and I were playing 2 Twilight for his first time through, we had actually muted the game several times because it was causing him so many issues. I mean, as much as I love riding Bragwin, no, I'll probably not name it Bragwin. Bragwin could report me. For bad taste in jokes. One of my favorite things about this, the X-parasites mimic whatever they're in, right? So why are so many of them... I forgot about that. So why are so many of them so violent and hostile? Think about the stuff they mimic. SR-388 is a straight-up death world, so of course everything there is terrifying. And horribly violent and aggressive. Then we have the stuff on Fusion, most of which was genetic experiments, so that's cool. Then we have the Makan tribe of the Chozo here, who are fiercely aggressive and territorial to the point of basically being Sith. I just wanted to point that out because it makes sense that so many of the X-parasites we fight are so aggressive. Because, you know, what else are they going to be? Interesting. Save. I don't think anybody actually likes this room. They say they do. They're lying to be contrarian and to be one of the cool kids. But I hate to break it to you, your dick isn't that big. Sorry. Nothing personal. Now, Ravenbeak. Oh. Ravenbeaks from space. I'm just saying. From space. It's the only natural object visible from space. I was going to say man-made object, but that... I mean, maybe in his case it is man-made. I don't know. That would fit him, wouldn't it? Or I guess Chozo made. Whatever. Yeah, his beak is so huge. You don't even know. What was that bullcrap? You saw that, right? Shoot! That's... Why are you not shooting? Shoot! 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 They shouldn't be able to Dream Whisperer, no. The fun part. You know, that's an interesting question, Dream Whisperer, but here's the thing. You see how this thing's a giant brain here? The Chozo, for whatever reason, use organic technology universally. So... or at least near universally, I should say. Now, I know what you're about to say, but Ravenbeak uses a bunch of robotic soldiers. Yeah. I'm not sure if those are partially organic or not. I really don't know. Let's write something down. Right. He is a complete moron. That's true. I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's actually really hard to write a well-written moron. Actually, I personally think they succeeded with Ravenbeak. What do you all think? I know what Takoida thinks. He's not here to defend that point, but I bring it up because not everyone agrees that Ravenbeak is well-written stupid. Please? Please? Nope. Okay. I especially like how much sense it makes. It's even interesting because it makes for a perfect boss of a Metroid game. He's someone who is an extremely powerful warrior who's an idiot. So he's beatable, because, you know, he's an idiot. But he's also someone who could play at Samus's level. That's tricky to pull off. Not many things can really fight at Samus's level, you know? Yeah, no, his fight is also absolutely freaking brutal. In some good ways and some bad. It also kind of works when a... That was weird. It also kind of works how extraordinarily arrogant he is. Because lots of people are arrogant, that's easy, but I kind of prefer it when someone's arrogant with a reason. He really is the biggest badass in the setting. Like, more so than Samus is, to be quite blunt. One more shot at this. Oh no, I actually have to beat this guy to progress the camera. Nope. I'm just having so many issues with the aiming. Come on. Grab the damn thing, Jesus. Prime lock-on for this sequence. Okay, yep. He is a lot more threatening than the Sith, I agree. So, you probably haven't even noticed Lord Harriman, but what we have to do is we have to fill its entire mask with red. That's its health bar. Every second you're not filling it with red, it just resets. So you have maybe 2 or 3 seconds tops before it's completely resetted its health bar. And yeah, the fact that this thing is so ridiculously overpowered, honestly, why was the Federation ever losing to the Space Pirates if they can field things like this? And they sent 7 of these damn things to this planet. There we go. So they just blew 7 trillion space credits on this one thing. It's mostly the armor, Blade Javal. Like, they're very fast and very efficient killing machines, but that's whatever. Anybody could build that. We could build that in real life. It's the armor that makes them ridiculous. Ah. it's freeze missiles. This really is fusion. Yeah, they're made of unobtainium. Indestructium. I like that. Sounds better than unobtainium. Mind. At least when we hear neutronium, we know what that means, right? Or mithril. Actually, fun fact, in Warcraft lore, elementium is still one of the strongest metals in lore, even though we have since surpassed it in gameplay. Hey, here's our radar. We knew it'd be there someday. And yeah, it's pretty much the Samus Returns radar. A little better and worse. Serenite is a cool name, but also kind of terrifying as a concept. For many reasons I won't go into right here. Also, you should pretty much never use Serenite for anything ever. That is, that's what we call a bad idea. Yeah, Serenite, along with a lot of old god stuff, is probably pretty high tier, all things considered, as far as metals go. Yeah, there's some drawbacks there. It's actually a specific mix of Yogg Saron's blood, and I forget the metal, but it's something the Titans have. It's fun stuff. You should try it sometime. Just lick it. Yeah. I'm just kind of trying to follow the flow, Russ. For review purposes. Red lyrium. Oh my god. Magic, Lord Aramon. Well, I think Adam is a good non-romantic partner. Adam 2, to be specific, is a good non-romantic partner for Samus. I keep trying to remember the name of it. We know that the Legion used a specific type of metal semi-frequently. It's not that good, but it's very mass-producible, and they use it in every frickin' thing. I can't remember what they called it. Oh, is this the puzzle that pissed me off so much? I think it is. Because I had to, oh god, I'm trying to remember. It's like I had to retain a shine spark and then bomb, and I was having really trouble time with the timing of it. No, they have cell phones in FF14, which I find hilarious. There we go. Might be fell asleep. God, it's been a while. Okay. Give me just a minute. Give me just a minute. This is always my problem with these spark spells. It's the initial jump. The rest of it is whatever. But the initial getting the spark going is always the biggest pain for me, even for the hardest one in the game. It's the exact problem I had with that. Why is that not working? Hi, Sean. Not actually sure why that isn't working. Now, moving on, moving on. I've done it before, moving on. By memory, the one I just passed was more bullcrap than the actual hardest one.
Uploading data.
This area, Frenia, appears to have been a sanctuary. The Makan conducted ceremonies and rituals here. Now it all lies in ruin. It was likely destroyed in the chaos following the X's arrival. That would match what Quiet Road said. They have turned it into a hive. I have also detected the presence of an unusually powerful axe. Recall that the enemy in this area could see through terrain and stun targets with an electric shock. My sensors indicate this enemy has been reactivated. We can assume that Raven Beak is behind this too. Make good use of the Phantom Cloak and you should have nothing to fear. Be careful, Samus.
Hey, Cashel. Oh, I remember that fight. I hated that fight. Sorry, just remembering a particular fight in this game. Door, please. God. Yep, Ravenbeak turned the Emmys back on. We don't know what his fiendish plan is, but whatever it is truly big dick energy. I think, yeah, Russ, I think that's one of them. You always need a specific weapon. And it's always the same weapon. That's the best part. That sounds like fun, Russ. For certain definitions of the word. Oh my god. Oh my god. That really sucked. That's death. No, not at all, Euro. You kidding me? Holy crap. Death to 80s pop music. I think everyone in chat agrees with me on this. That's why everyone argued that we should give a plus to music for Vice City. Which I didn't agree with, and still don't, as it happens. Oh my god. I'd love to claim I'm super awesome for doing that, but I literally wasn't looking at the screen when I parried. I don't think I get credit for that. helpful, but sure, whatever. I'll take the save point, if nothing else. I just did this. Go away. I used to know someone who watched Eurovision, like, religiously. But in current tense, no. Or don't. That's cool, too. In, please. Thank you. Kill me on this planet. I never did all of you. You ever get that vibe? Why is everything trying to kill me? Like, it starts to feel personal at a certain point. Does anybody like caviar? Not like roe. Different thing. And I mean that. I'm not actually being facetious. I'm not into, just caviar, right? As a little sprinkling on something else? Sure. But if it's just fish eggs, nah. Yeah, roe comes with sushi pretty regularly, among other things. Oh, this looks fun. Oh, right, I want to write that down too. Ignoring this incredibly terrifying music that's playing for the menu screen. It's so terrifying. You don't even know. Hello. Total Warhammer, or Total World at War 1, huh? I'm still saying that wrong. Total World War 1. There we go. God. Okay. So. If it was well made, you're a yes. Which is, of course, the relevance. Oh, is this one of the Shine Spark ones? Sure. I'm not sure if I hit it. Hey, deja vu. You remember Fusion, right? Remember the worst part about Fusion? No, it wasn't this. It was that stupid one section of the game where it's like, hey, screw you. But this was still not a great part of Fusion. Give me that. Give me that paper. Alright, so one of the biggest complaints the last time I streamed this was that I suck and that I'm worthless and my opinion is irrelevant. So I'm going to try to use storm missiles a little bit more this time to try and mitigate some of the vitriolic hatred I got about that. It's actually an interesting question, Huthor. Probably related to one of the reasons why we don't get, single-player... Well, okay. If I were to guess on the matter, I would say it's because of idiots who don't understand markets. Let me put it to you this way. When was the last big single-player shooter that sold really well? Hell, when was the last big shooter that sold really well, regardless? Yeah, Doom Eternal's probably it. Now, when was the next one before that? I am building to a point, I swear. A lot of people who make the decisions about what projects are greenlit or not in most industry, in most of the gaming industry, are people who are only looking at two things. How safe of a bet it is, which is what you just mentioned, and how likely it is to have a quick or substantial return on investment. One of the simplest and easiest ways to prove that something's going to have a return on investment is for there to be something else that's already done it recently that was financially successful. Same reason we don't see a lot of RTSs amongst the big spaces. And why we don't see things like a lot of strategy games, except from companies that are well known for doing strategy games. Is that logic accurate? Not even a little. It's actually proven wrong. I'm not even being facetious. We have evidence that that kind of logic is completely inaccurate. It's also self-defeating. So that's fun, too. hate this fight, by the way. I absolutely hate this fight. Yeah, unfortunately, indie... Oh, I don't want to get into that. I don't want to get into Doom and Gloom. So no more Doom and Gloom. Just as a rule. No more Doom and Gloom. Ever. Of course, they're locked on way faster. And it loses all its lock-ons when I get hit. That's awful. See you around, Noctis. Have fun mowing. I mean, it won't be Hoover. We all know this. Sorry. Sorry to spoil. Sorry to crush your hopes and dreams. Nope, I really do need to hold on to it. That's ridiculous. I mean, tuna is a fish, last I checked, but yes, I'm not a big fan of tuna. Okay, I'm gonna stop using storm missiles again. So, all y'all in the comment haters, just go to hell. I remember this comment because I'm a weirdo who remembers things like this. But there was a specific 2 people, or excuse me, 3 people who commented on this fight saying I should have just used storm missiles. And it's like, okay. I gave it several attempts. Okay, so what are we doing? Item sphere. Let's see. Do space jump this time around. Have I ever made a YouTube comment I regret? No. Now, in fairness, I don't make a lot of YouTube comments in general, but either way, no. Listen. Someone go stab Huthor really quick. Love that. They give you space jump. First way you use it is not to jump up infinitely. No, 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 no. It's to jump horizontally. Seven Sirens of all of the Shantaes. Which, don't mistake me, Seven Sirens was fine, but like... Which setting fighting game would I want the most? What? So hang on, which setting or which fighting game? No! I had that! I had it! I had it! I was so close. Pride. Must fulfill pride. An idiot, Mr. Red. Pretty much one of the biggest reasons why we call a games journalist an insult word. I don't know why it's not letting me do the slide. Whatever. That's a good question, Huthra. I'm not sure. Because, yeah, that was colossally damaging and had a knock-on effect on multiple studios. I mean, other than the X stand, which is the obvious answer, you're right. I'm sure there's plenty here. Oh yeah, he also worked on God of War. I actually forgot about that. Let me tell you, nothing made me want to play that game less than hearing his comments about this game. It's a shame, because that was a good game. Okay. Enjoy dinner. I mean, I don't know if you saw the gameplay score of God of War 5, Mr. Red, but I stand behind that pretty solidly. I mean, that's what I'm eating for dinner. It's caviar. I think it was actually single digit, Mr. Red. I don't remember off the top of my head. One of these days, something I'd like to do is add a whole bunch of commands for being able to pull scores off of a spreadsheet live and being like, oh yeah, here's the score for such and such game. So you can do like exclamation mark gameplay space. Well, no, that wouldn't work. I don't know. Maybe G like G and then game name? I don't know. I'd figure something out. You get the general idea, though. So first, let's open the shortcut. Apparently that's the only way to go, so cool. It would be a lot of work, and it would be unintuitive to use. Like, the problem is, getting it to be something that's easy to use for you guys would be the issue. It would have to be a text command, pretty much by default. So, you know, how do you look up God of War 5? What exact text do you type in for God of War 5? Harder question than it sounds like. Honestly, yeah, Huthor. If I knew how to... Well, if I knew someone who knew how to program Twitch extensions, I would honestly look into that. Want to something really sad, Gavator? You ready for this? I mean, you're not. Of the big MMOs, hell, of any MMO out there, Blizzard is one of the least bad about their in-game shop. If not the least bad. Like, you think you've seen bad? No. Nope, nope. Ah, I didn't quite get it. No! I'm not disagreeing with you, Gavator, and I'm not trying to give Blizzard a pass. It's just, it is interesting to me that WoW has pretty much the least bad of the in-game shops. It gets a lot of attention because it's WoW. There we go. Some days, sucking the least is kind of a thing, you know? A feat of remembrance. What's one thing I'll change about Castlevania 64? Oh god, that's a tough one, because controls and platforming are two separate things. Can I say everything? Can I say the gameplay? Is that a thing I can do? I know that Matt Mercer's in it. He voices Ganondorf, so that's cool. And there's a build mechanic, which can be absolutely hilarious if you're playing as Donkey. I think that's it. Oh, I suppose, obviously, I know that it's sufficiently similar to Breath of the Wild that playing those two side by side would be a terrible idea, which is why we're not. I can't remember. I actually have already made something in the game because my niece was playing it. So she was screwing around, and she asked me to come up with something, so I did. I can't remember what it was. It was something ridiculous. I remember that much. Whoa, whoa there, assholes. I gotta redo that whole section. I mean, isn't that what they did, Yura? They changed the formula. There's no pleasing this person. Game. Hey, you go, game. You know, people say they love Ocarina. I don't think they actually do. And yeah, actually, Ross is correct. They did already perfect Ocarina. It's called Twilight Princess. Yeah, Skyward was pretty aggressively linear. Well, I agree completely, Yura. In every way, obviously. Please don't kill me, Yura. Please. Okay, you can kill me. I give you permission. That's a good question, Blandable. I'll say this. I've said this before, and I'll say this again. I don't really mind if you like an older game, or worse game, as long as you're honest about the reasons why you like it. We talked about that with Metroid 1, even. There's nothing wrong with that. But, like, what irritates me is when people hold up one of those games as the example of a good game. You know what I mean? And that's something I've been dealing with since the 90s. So I'm very, very low on tolerance for that kind of thing. Don't mistake me. Ocarina is actually a good game. Now. But, you know, the pinnacle of gaming, the best game ever made, the best Zelda. Now, the Zelda you enjoy the most, thumbs up, 100%. The Evo you enjoy the most, 100%. Let's go with 2 for this, and then 3 for this. I mean, hell, this game we're playing right now will probably outscore Super, but I still would probably put Super as my personal favorite game of the two. Although, I'm not 100% sure about that, to be completely honest. I'm still kind of chewing on the concept. There we go. I mean, it helps that Super is a really, really freaking good game. Just like Ocarina is. That's the thing that kind of irritates me the most about this kind of... I know I've complained about this all the time. People who think that just because I didn't rate something as the best means my opinion isn't valid about it really piss me off in general. I am not sure, Disposable Puppets, but if any game is going to outscore Super, it's Dread. Dread is really, really good. Oh god, I can't wait to someday replay Wonder. I don't know what excuse I'm going to have to come up with to make that happen. I really want to replay Wonder someday because, oh my god, it's Wonder! It was such a good game. Oh, I have an excuse. Local co-op. That's how I'll be able to have time to play Wonder again. Probably a Blade Chival. This game does have... I don't want to say polishing issues, because that implies it's unpolished. This is actually a pretty polished game. But Super's in a world of its own. You know, like, Super is just crazy polished. I also predicted pretty early that Super would have more level positives, and as I keep going through this, I think I stand by that. But this game has a lot of positives over Super. Controls being a big one, obviously. And, Jesus. Are we sure we should be doing this, Samus? Nah, I'm sure it's fine. No, hang there, hang there. No, hang there. There you go. Zero Mission was also... I mean, that's another thing. Like, I gave Zero Mission almost a 200 golden number. That's gargantuan. That's one of the best games ever made. And yet I have already had a few people who are just like, you know, why doesn't he like Zero Mission more? Zero Mission's better than these other games. And I'm just like... I give up. I give up. Zero Mission is a freaking amazing game. Like, I enjoyed that way more than I thought I would. M2R is a freaking good game that scored extremely well. Ridley without any intellect might be a better way to put it, but yeah, I could see that for Hexion. Oh god, Ross, that would be interesting. Look, I don't know why everybody dislikes Ocarina. You're right, it's just a thing. I'm not sure what to do here. Yeah, the happy block. We're already thinking about the awful block. You can have a happy block too. No, we don't have power bombs. Problem is the game has been guiding us over here pretty clearly. And the game is really good about guiding you where it wants you to go. Which means it wants me to be over here somewhere. Yeah, sure, but like diffusion isn't doing it. I swear to God I already made that shot. Whatever. Whatever. Anyways. That is an interesting idea, though. Just do a... Rather than call it the happy block, I've got a better idea. Call it the mental health block. It's like, alright. Need a minute to just play some good games for a bit. So, Evo, what do you think of this appearance? This is, at the very least, in the running for my second favorite Samus suit ever. And by its second, I mean first. First favorite Samus suit. The only thing that contests this for me is the black and white suit from Prime 2. That is a sharp-looking suit. yeah, Republic Commando is our next game. Game I've never played, or rather never finished.
Uploading data.
The X have spread across the entire planet. Assume all living organisms have by now been replaced by X. There is another problem you may have noticed. The temperature of ZDR has started to fall. I cannot say for certain if the X are to blame, but the drop in temperature is indisputable. The gravity suit should keep you insulated from the effect of low temperatures. Even so, beware the unexpected and proceed with caution.
Also, I'm one of those weirdos who really thinks purple and green works well together. So, like, that particular brand of white, purple, green, and red. Ooh. Yes, stated font. And if that's not terrifying enough for you, well, I got nothing. Oh, I can do that. I can do that. Silver and gold, silver and gold. I'm gonna have to do it here. Okay, I know how to do this. Nope. Alright, we're gonna do this slightly differently. What? But that was dash! Why didn't that work? Or is that spring attack? Or screw attack? In which case, never mind, ignore me. Moving on. I'm sorry, Evo. I'm sorry that you hurt. I give you the magic power of acetaminophen. You just beam acetaminophen at someone, like force lightning, you know? So, I mentioned excellent backtracking, which again is something this game shares with Fusion. Arteria is literally different now, which is kind of awesome. Sorry, 1 second, please. You're just barraging people with pills. Thank God we just got the gravity suit, huh? It's funny, we go through like a huge underwater section, get the gravity suit, and then it's like, alright, ice time. We've also got one of the more interesting boss fights coming up pretty soon. So, the games change their mind periodically on if the X-Parasites have any level of intelligence or not. However, if you asked me, I would say they kinda don't. Similar to how the X-Parasites in Fusion were killing themselves and probably not even aware of that fact, I don't think the X-Parasites here really realize what the damage they're doing is causing to the planet. I don't think they're cognizant enough to understand that... How do I explain this? Shutting down the reactor, because they just kind of rampage and destroy everything, that's sort of their shtick, is causing the temperature of the planet to go down, because I don't think they have the complexity necessary to understand that this was a frozen world, which the Chozo then inhabited, and then heated up, right? Such concepts are just beyond them. So I suppose that was a really long way of saying no. Do it your way. Or not. Don't be right on your ass for that? Oh, Jesus. See, now I'm picturing having a pill gun. Like just a cavalcade, an avalanche of pills. The combat in Ocarina... Excuse me, Ocarina. It's alright. I like Twilight's better. Although Twilight is also my second favorite combat in any Zelda game, so that's whatever. Curious if Tears is going to take that title. Yeah, Breath of the Wild is my favorite combat in any Zelda. But the core combat mechanism itself is really, really good. So, new ability. Gonna add something new to the roster. Also, the attack I have the hardest time dodging for some reason. Like I said, Hardboiled One, frankly, if I'm just being really blunt, I think that the writers are bad. Just to put that as absolutely bluntly as I can. I think the writers don't understand how, and by writers I of course mean Sakamoto, has no idea how to be consistent with his own concept. The idea of the X being intelligent is stupid on every level, especially since the games themselves contradict that constantly. It also kind of diminishes them thematically, if I might be so bold. Sort of takes away from them, you know? The moment they become a sentient force is the moment things get a little bit wonky. That attack so much. God, dodge it for beans. Oh my god, quit it. I like the idea of the X being smart if they assimilate a host. But to be clear, that X, you know? Like, the entire hive doesn't suddenly become intelligent because they... What was that? Because they happen to assimilate a human, right? That's insanity. Also, if that's true, the X are even worse than they sound, and frankly, the galaxy should already be dead. Because the moment they assimilated their first Chozo, back when they were first unveiled, that should have been game right there. I could knock him out of his phase 1 without actually taking out his shield. Now I'm curious. Plus, there's also the possibility of the X pretty much being a straight-up mimic, right? In the traditional sense. Hey! being able to copy the form, without really copying the substance, right? Pretty old idea, but you get the idea. The modern example I like to use of that concept. Damn it. Is Wikipedia articles. You could read a Wikipedia article on a film or a game, but until you're actually sitting down watching or playing the thing, you're just not going to understand what it is, right? You can get the surface level, but that's it. I think the only way that they would be able to bypass that is if it was something unique, special, interesting, innovative, whatever. And even that should probably be kind of a case-by-case sort of thing. For example, over in Fusion, one of the tidbits I actually liked was when one of the ex-parasites had taken over a person and immediately, like, was going to destroy the station. Probably unintentionally. Like, I doubt it even occurred to it what it was doing or how it would cause itself to cause damage to itself or to the rest of its kind. It was just, hey, I can do this now. Beep, beep, boop. Now, granted, there's a little bit of preference involved there, but I find that more interesting than truly assimilative. Stop doing this phase. Anyways. To further make my point, if I could just talk about this briefly, I think Sakamoto wanted the X-Parasites to be this big, oh my god, big doomy threat, right? And like most writers, he had no idea how to actually accomplish that. So he establishes what they are and how they work and all the rules, right? Which is really important when it comes to writing. You establish rules so that we, the audience, can know what things mean. Without rules, there's no writing. There's no story. So he established the rules and what the X-Parasites are. Cool. And then he's like, well, wait, but I need to up the stakes, or I need to make things more intimidating, or I need to really kick it up a notch. So he breaks the rules. And that's like, well, okay. And periodically, that works. Especially when the rules being broken is part of a deliberate thing, like a game-changing kind of a thing, right? But if you do it too much, well, then you just have inconsistency, and at that point, what does anything mean? God, I remember that stupid energy part. Do it, your games are for the weak. I mean, does any game out there really respect your intelligence, Hero? Oh yeah, they fixed the drop issue from Fusion, while we're on the subject. Which makes sense, because this is Samus Returns 2. Okay, cool. Yeah, you know what? Go play Metroid 1, Hero. There you go. You know you want to. It calls to you. Yes, remember this? This is actually the opening area of the game. This is not exactly a bad way to do backtracking right here. By which I mean it's some of the best backtracking I've ever seen.
Uploading data.
I have determined the reason for the planet's rapid cooling. Thermal energy is no longer being routed from Cataris. This area, Arteria, is located in the depths of the planet. Much of it will be frozen. Find a way to thaw any frozen doors and pools you encounter. The central control system you activated in Cataris is still operational. Some force must be physically blocking the routing of thermal energy. I suspect a powerful X is involved. You must annihilate it. Return here after solving the problem. The cooling has prevented you from exploring this area. There must be a vital ability hidden somewhere here.
See what I mean? That implies a very clear, not just intelligence, but strategy. That they know that there's something here that benefits us, which by itself is kind of ridiculous. And then they know exactly how to alter the planet's entire, like, biome in order to prevent us from getting it. That's honestly kind of insane. And I call bull. Now, the good news is Adam there is just guessing and probably lying and or misconstruing the situation. So there's a pretty decent chance he's just straight up wrong. But the narrator is wrong is not exactly a great excuse. So I think it's just Sakamoto screwing up. Like I said, I think he just wanted to escalate. A really, really common problem amongst writers. Whoops, hit that button. Good examples of unreliable narrator. Well, if Uthor was here, he'd tell you all the examples of that. But I can't think of any, so I'm going to have to process that for a minute. Let's see. Good examples of unreliable narrator. Yeah, it is, Zero. 57. I still don't think that qualifies as an unreliable narrator. I'm not going to argue it. I don't remember Catcher in the Rye. It's been way too long. I can't even speak to that. Stanley Parable. That's cheating. Spec Ops The Line? No, Spec Ops The Line kind of sucked. I mean, you're right, that is absolutely an unreliable narrator. I can think of plenty of examples of unreliable narrator. Coming up with a good one, that's a little more taxing. It doesn't have to be a game. Someone mentioned Catcher in the Rye earlier. second, Yura. I thought you said misery. I was about to be like, yeah, me too. Yeah, no, I got nothing. I apologize. I have failed you. Not too much here. We've only got, what, 3 bosses left at this point? Something like that. No, that's more like a reliable narrator, Lord Harabot. You know exactly what's going on, and that's the problem. I love all the Chozo bots are just going about their daily business as if nothing's different. Yeah, no, okay. Well, I didn't do the troll quest, and I have no plans to do it anytime soon, Raid 36. This first time I'll do it, I'll be on camera. The Harbinger quest line, though, it was alright. Good lead up to War Within. So, this boss. See, they're totally doing it on purpose. Like, that's straight up sentience on several levels. Remember that thing? Well, it was dead. But as we've already established, the X-Parasite can grab corpses to replicate, to mimic. Really bad because I can't remember his attack patterns. to. Oh crap, I didn't hit that. Oh crap, I didn't hit that. Twice, actually. It's both times I thought I hit the counter. That would actually be under sprite work, Loke, but yeah, I'm gonna go towards no. But I do agree with the sprite work positive. You have convinced me. Goop is that's on the platform, I would imagine, Federation Builder. Like I said, there's no such thing as the an unavoidable damage in the way they do boss designs. It's just the way that they do it. Not necessarily the correct way, but it's certainly a way I appreciate. Position. Please, please. Please. Oh yeah, did you notice that he heals when he does that? No, of course you didn't, because nothing indicates that. Damn it, I missed completely, of course. But yeah, if you had a health bar, you would be able to tell he actually heals every time he does that little attack. So that's part of why this guy is perceived to have the level of health he does. What? See what got me there. Alright, whatever. That actually would make a lot of sense, Federation Builder. As much as this game has good mid-mission checkpoints, it has absolutely no mid-boss checkpoints, which is a damn shame because most of its bosses have multiple phases. disagree with that. Why didn't you Shine Spark? No, Sean. Obviously, that's just not going to work for some types of projects and some types of games. However, I do think a lot more games could be done by that. Although, that assumes we're counting just the core development team. QA team, obviously. The wider the net on the QA team, the better. Like, pretty universally. I'd like the Storm Missiles a lot more if you didn't lose lock-on the moment you get hit by anything. I might actually come back to this tomorrow. It's almost my dinner time. Yeah, I think I'm going to chop off here. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, more of this guy.